feedback from you all. A lot of people said there's this goal of JSA, fall state in November and Winter Congress in February. And your three regions took initiative and they put together this Tri-Regional Chapter Conference, which is something that we've never really had before. So I think that's definitely worthy of some applause. So let's give them some applause. And I think that these events are extremely important, kind of not only for new JSAers to practice speaking in front of the JSAers for the first time, but also for our more experienced debaters to really hone their skills. So I'm really looking forward to witnessing everything that's going to be happening today. So I'd also like to talk a little bit about our next convention. Knows what it is? Yes. Congress. Who's coming to Congress? Yes. Every hand should be in the air. Now, there's a bit of a stigma around Winter Congress, and I don't know who it was, who started it, but people kind of started saying, Winter Congress is boring, it's stupid, it's a dumb convention, don't go to that one, just go to fall state and spring state. You guys know what I'm talking about. But I mean, that could not be more false. I personally think it's the best convention, and I'm not just saying that because I want all of you guys to come, but with JSA, we can debate all day long, and it's great, and you'll learn something new, you might get some valuable experience in public speaking, but it really stops there at fall state and spring states. But Winter Congress is the one convention where we take that a step farther. And the way it works is that the bills that are written by you all, the JSA constituency, are debated in committees on the first day. The ones that pass and go to the Senate and the House committees move on to full House and full Senate the next day. And the ones that pass that actually end up on the desks of California legislators. And we really don't talk about this when who wrote a piece of legislation regarding lowering the voting age to 18. And of course, JSA is not the sole person responsible for that, but they definitely were a part of the movement. And the change that JSAers are proposing, it can be real and it can go a step farther than convention doors. So I really encourage you guys to write bills and come to this convention. Another thing that's kind of unique is that we have our parties at JSA conventions, which are going to be revamped to be better than ever. We have our Democrats, Republicans, we have our Socialists, and it's Green Party and Libertarian. So it's also we have another facet that just makes this convention a little bit more enduring, and I personally think a little bit more exciting. So when you guys all go back to your high schools and you're trying to sell Winter Congress, just bear those stocks in mind. So I really hope that you'll be able to come. Some deadlines to keep in mind. Chapter presidents, your online registration is due on January 15th, which is this Tuesday. However, if you need an extension, just talk to me and grant you an extension. Tracy's in Thailand, so contact her. And then all bills and leadership position applications are due on the 27th. So that's about it, and I will turn it over to your names now. So thank you so much for your attention, and have a fantastic day. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana, for all that great information. I'd just like to echo what Juliana said and say what a great experience Winter Congress is, and I really hope to see you all there. So first off, I'd like to thank you guys all for coming, taking time out of your Saturday morning breakfast, brunch, whatever you happen to be doing, to come and become a little bit more educated about some of the issues that we are talking about today. I would just like to say this is the first Tri-Regional event of the year, so you guys are kind of making JSA history. I really look forward to having a blast with all you guys, and I'd just like to encourage you, to talk to somebody you don't know, or turn to your right, say hi to a neighbor, make connections, talk to people, see how you can really strengthen your chapters and get involved. Okay, now I also like to talk about the theme. So the theme is United We Stand, 3 regions, 1 state. And that's something I definitely think is really important, a really important aspect of JSA. Because as teenagers right now, we're kind of put in the corner, not really listened to, and people don't really value our opinions as much as they do, say, an adult. But I just like to say, each and every one of you in here is probably more educated than the average American citizen about current issues, because you are here at JSA. You're hearing people debate, you're hearing the facts, you're hearing different sides. You know the entire issue because you're hearing the pro side and you're hearing the con side. And that's something that a lot of people don't get exposed to is, the conflicting sides of an opinion. So I just like to say, I want you guys to open your minds up to each side. So maybe, you'll take a stance on something, but you'll hear an amazing point and really 360 your opinion. So now I would like to introduce Forbes, the CIR mayor.
Thank you, Monica. First of all, welcome. Welcome to your health. I was looking at all of your faces, and I noticed that some of you look very cold. Some of you look very cold. It's pretty chilly. So hopefully we'll be moving around and get a little warmer as the day goes on. But first of all, I just want to ask you all a couple of questions about today and your JSA experience, because amongst you is a crowd of very different people, different schools, different JSA experience, and I think that's something that's very valuable to this Tri-Regional One day. So I'd like you all to please just stand right now, and I'm going to ask you a question, so just please stand. Great, fantastic. So please stay standing. Please stay standing if you have been to a one day before. If you've been to a one day before, please stay standing. Okay. Okay, so we got some first one day or two. Okay, I'm excited. Now please stay standing if this is your third, if you've been to 3 or more one days. This could be your third or more. Okay. Okay. Let's tell you about some things. Alright. Now please stay standing if you've been to 4 one days or more. Okay, so you probably know where I'm going with this. Please stay standing if you've been to 5 one days or more. Okay. So my point is here that amongst you are some serious JSA veterans. I think I could probably keep going. Yeah, okay, so please stay standing if this is your 6th career one day or more. Okay, please stay standing if this is your 7th career one day or more. Fantastic. So my point is here that there are all different kinds of students here that are engaged in JSA at different levels. So one thing that is very important about today is networking. It's important that you meet other people that you haven't met before. The person next to you, whether you know them or not, they could be your college roommate. They could be your future business partner, right? Maybe or maybe not. Maybe not. So, because networking and meeting new people is so important, I'm going to ask you guys just a favor. I'd like you all to please stand up and sit next to someone you haven't met before.
Oh my god. Can I just pretend?
Adios.
Can we just
search something, link them, and
Now please quiet down. Completely dark now. All right, now if you haven't already, please introduce yourself to the person next to you.
Hi, I'm John.
The reason I asked you to do this is because it's very important that we meet new people today and that we get a sense of people who we normally wouldn't meet, people from other schools. And it's something that's very unique and important to JSA because we're all here for the purpose of becoming more informed citizens and also to meet new people too. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Sabrina. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Sabrina Lieberman, the Angeles Region Mayor, and I'm just going to go over a few of the exciting activities that we have planned today, as well as some logistical information that was changed in your agenda. So thank you all for coming, and some of the things that we're going to be offering today besides the debates and thought talks, your Lieutenant Governor Greg Crater, along with probably some senators, will be holding a FEC Q&A. As you probably should know, the election season will be starting at Winter Congress, and it's very important that everyone abides by the new bylaws if you'll be running. So please get all of that information there if you even have an inkling of running. So yes, please attend that. Also, Forbes and I will be hosting a Young Leaders Workshop. This is primarily directed towards freshmen and sophomores, but if you're a junior or senior and still want to pop by, no problem. We're going to be going over how you can get more involved in JSA, get more involved in your chapter, make sure your chapter is thriving through the time you graduate, and all of that great stuff. Also, we are going to be having at lunch some fundraisers for the Angeles Region Fund, which is the fund in our region that provides scholarships for students that need some financial assistance. So we'll be having a Jamba Juice fundraiser, as well as that does go to the AR fund. And then there was a taco truck coming that isn't going to the fund, but is just a viable option for lunch. Also, bathrooms, the men's restroom is that way, female restroom is that way. Men, women, okay, there we go. Okay. So that's that. And also, if you haven't noticed already, the auditorium is not available today, so anything that is listed to be in the auditorium will be in this room, and anything that is listed to be in 501 is actually in 506. So you can just drop that down, and you'll just see the 501's locked, so don't worry about it. That is all, and I hope you have a fantastic day. And I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Sean Flood. Where are you, Sean? To introduce our fabulous keynote speaker on 16 years. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Flood, Director of Debate for the Southern Empire Region, and today we have the honor of having Stephen Rohde speak for us at our Tri-Regional One Day about the duty of citizens to speak truth to power, whoever is in power. Stephen Rohde is a constitutional lawyer, lecturer, writer, and political activist. He's a founder and chair of Interfaith Communities United for Justice and Justice and Peace, chair of the ACLU Foundation in Southern California, and a vice president of Death Penalty Focus. Mr. Rohde is the author of American Words of Freedom, exploring the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, and freedom of assembly. He is also co-author of The Foundation of Freedom, published by the Constitutional Rights Foundation, and he has written numerous articles and book reviews on civil liberties and constitutional history. Mr. Stephen Rohde.
Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure it is to be here with each one of you. I'm so grateful that you are participating today, that you're participating in this important organization throughout your high school career. I want to thank Tuba Ali for her help, Sean for his introduction, and acknowledge Julianne Joss, your very active governor, and also acknowledge Juan Herrera, principal of this wonderful high school, for jumping in and providing this great facility. I especially want to thank Sabrina Lieberman for contacting me and inviting me. I will not embarrass her by telling you that I have known her father in bar association activities for virtually Sabrina's entire life, and remember her as a young child growing up, and I'm so proud to see what a beautiful, intelligent, and active young woman she has turned out to be. That is not a campaign speech, governor of your organization. It's really a great honor to be here, and I'm going to just try to trace out some themes and thoughts that you may be able to take away today from your extraordinary agenda, which I've glanced at this morning. But I really want to leave you with one important message. Use sunscreen. I had a little dermatological process yesterday, and it reminded me that as a young person I ran around in the sun and enjoyed the beach and all that, but every act in life has consequences. So please take your sunscreen very seriously. I also was disappointed. I thought I was going to get a basketball and be able to turn my back to the hoop and take a shot at that, but that's not going to happen today. I do want to tell you, though, that as a lawyer, I'm very sensitive, and I have a feeling there's a fair percentage of you out there who will be leading yourselves into my profession in the future. But lawyers have to be sensitive to the time that has been allotted to them and to what they say and what they do. There was a story of a trial in England in the 18th century when a man was accused of biting off another man's ear. And the defense lawyer had the alleged eyewitness in the witness stand. And he said, "Did you see my client bite off the victim's ear?" And the alleged eyewitness said, "No." And instead of stopping there and sitting down, the lawyer couldn't resist, and he said, "So, sir, how can you come to this honorable courtroom and testify against my client?" And the witness said, "Well, I saw him spit it out." So lawyers have to know when not to ask the extra question or not overstay their welcome, and I will certainly try to do that here today. I'm going to talk for a few minutes, and with cooperation from your organizers and mayors and governor, we've set aside about 10 minutes for some questions and answers. So when that time comes, we don't have a microphone for you, but as future public speakers, just stand up, I'll recognize you, and speak up as loudly as you can. I was delighted to see that one of your thought talks today really focuses and surrounds the topic that I came here to speak about, which is a citizen's duty to speak truth to power, whoever is in power. And you have a topic that all governments experience, a cycle of rising in government power, leading to rebellion and anarchy, returning back to government power. And it postulates that when a government is formed, it seems to grow in power and state involvement, leading to more controlling forms of government. And the hypothetical plays that out all the way to a natural result in rebellion and anarchy. And that's for you to debate later today in room 504. But I really want to have you think deeply about that question, because that's really what is at the heart of my topic today. Because what I want to do is empower you to ask the mirror question. That's what governments do. And inevitably and historically, and I'll briefly trace that today in terms of American history, there is that tendency to aggrandize power, to accumulate power to a government. And we've seen that through world history and American history and current world history. The question for you as young, future, and current leaders is, what is the duty of the citizen in response to that emerging, all-powerful, unwarranted, powerful government? And my postulation today, it is your duty to speak out, to organize, to educate, to advocate, and to hold up the principles upon, in this case, our government was founded upon. Because those principles, fully enforced, fully lived in, are enough, it seems to me, to prevent both anarchy on the one hand and totalitarianism on the other. And that's what I want to trace out with you today. You will hear me speak candidly today, but this is a non-partisan talk. I have no agenda politically here today, but I'm not going to mince words. I'm not going to waste my half hour with you. The times are too serious and the issues are too important to mince words and offer you pablum and innocuous bromides, because you are already at a state of awareness. The very fact that on a sunny but chilly Saturday morning you are here, and that when I saw many of you stand and many of you remain standing, that you have spent your free time in this organization and organizations, is a sign that you already sense the importance of civic involvement, of individual governance, of playing a role in your school, in your community, in your nation, and in your world. So to some extent, I may be preaching to the choir here today, but that's why I feel I can assume a baseline of awareness and knowledge and try to take you to an even higher level of civic involvement and advocacy. And that's why I'm not going to treat you as children, but as young adults. Speak truth to power. That's an expression you may have heard. It emerges in great social movements, but 4 years ago, I spoke to a Martin Luther King Day breakfast in West LA at the Calvary Baptist Church. And that inauguration comes very close to the anniversary of Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday in the beginning of January, as it will later this month. And so the matchup of Martin Luther King and the inauguration of this great historic Black American president 4 years ago was a very historic moment. But I didn't mince words at that event either. And when I invoked the call to speak truth to power, I added the phrase, whoever is in. Because even 4 years ago, I was concerned that would the campaign promises of Barack Obama be met in the following and now last 4 years. I have found that it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, a communist or a socialist, a libertarian or an independent, that in every administration, in every setting, constitutional rights have been violated by Democrats and Republicans, communists and socialist, libertarian, and green parties. And that's the lesson of history. And let me trace that briefly. The Bill of Rights was barely dry, the ink on the Bill of Rights was barely dry. In the John Adams administration, when the Alien and Sedition Acts were passed at the very birth of our country, a nation that had just adopted the First Amendment to the Constitution now passed laws that would jail aliens without trial and without charges and would deport them, that would jail journalists for simply writing in their newspapers, criticizing the government, what is called sedition, the libeling of the government. By the way, today, journalists in Turkey are being indicted and arrested for that same crime of defaming the government, a concept we find alien today, but that our very early years we would send aliens and journalists to jail under the Alien and Sedition Acts. We come down, and that was under a great American president, John Adams, who was lauded in books and movies and television shows. We come down to the American Civil War with that great President Abraham Lincoln, now extolled in an Academy Award-nominated movie. And under Abraham Lincoln, the writ of habeas corpus was suspended. The writ of habeas corpus, the great writ borrowed from English law, the right of any person, despite all appeals having been exhausted, to come back before a court to prove their innocence, written into the text of the U.S. Constitution, the right of habeas corpus, and the right of only Congress in times of war and rebellion to suspend the writ of habeas corpus. Yet, Abraham Lincoln, great American president, fearing for the nation, fearing for what today we call national security, suspended the writ of habeas corpus, sending Confederate sympathizers and others to jail without charges, without lawyers, for indefinite detention. And we come down to World War I under the presidency of another great liberal American president, Woodrow Wilson, and the first Red Scare, now the Espionage and Sedition Act, sending a great American, Eugene Debs, a socialist leader, who had the audacity to go to Canton, Ohio, in the rise to World War I and speak out against World War I. He was charged for that speech under the Espionage and Sedition Act and convicted and sent to jail. And his case came before the United States. And that great, lauded Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. upheld his conviction. And in a series of cases you have or will study of the Frowick and Schenck and Debs cases, Oliver Wendell Holmes said there was a clear and present danger posed by that speech, and that man Debs and the socialist newspaper man and others would be sent to jail. Well, 1919 was that year, and study that year, I beg you, because Oliver Wendell Holmes, over the summer of 1919, went through a transformation in his thinking. He was influenced by professors at Harvard, Zachariah Chafee and Felix Frankfurter, who himself would later serve on the Supreme Court. And Oliver Wendell Holmes and his colleague Louis Brandeis, the first Jew on the United States Supreme Court, returned to the court in the fall of 1919 to hear the Abrams case, a group of anarchists in New York who printed flyers, one side in English and the other side in Yiddish, and tossed those flyers out a factory window on the Lower East Side of New York. They weren't protesting World War I, they were protesting U.S. Interference against the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, which was the great hope of the proletarian revolution to throw off the shackles of the Tsar and institute a People's Republic. And that history we know doesn't turn out well, but at the time that was what they were speaking up for. And for those pamphlets, the Abrams defendants were convicted, sentenced to up to 20 years in prison. And the Abrams case came to the United States Supreme Court. And most of the court thought it was a no-brainer. We had just decided the Debs case. We had held that a clear and present danger could be posed by speech. So why can't we just rubber stamp these convictions? Holmes had changed his mind. And Holmes and Brandeis dissented in the Abrams case, and they had the kernel of what would 50 years later become American constitutional law, that in time of war you need more protection for free speech, not less. When the nation is inflamed by war fever and patriotism, that's when you need to protect dissent and minority views.
Speaker Daniel Hamidi and our con speaker David Taylor. You guys want to, what school are you from?
Valencia.
And Palisades Charter High School. Okay, so we're going to be starting with our proponent speech for 6 minutes. Can I get a timekeeper? Does anybody want to keep time? Okay, thank you. Back there, Juliet. Do you guys know who Juliet is? All right, so we're going to start with our proponency for 6 minutes.
Turn in your moderator.
Alright, so before I begin, I'd just like to say that I'm kind of playing devil's advocate. I don't think you know support polygamy, but the Constitution of the United States has several protections of the American people, and one of this is the freedom of religion. Now, most of us here, and I might be so inclined to say all of us here, probably do not have religions that support polygamy. But some people do, and you can't impose your beliefs on marriage on other people who don't have those same beliefs. It kind of falls under the same category of gay marriage. Most of us here, I am assuming, are in favor of gay marriage because we believe that just because you do not support gay marriage doesn't mean you should impose your beliefs on other people. Just because we don't support polygamy, that doesn't mean that we should say that everyone can't participate in polygamy. If they want to do so, let them do it. It's not affecting you, it's not affecting me, and if all members in the polygamous marriage are consenting, then let them do it. Now obviously, I'd be opposed to polygamy if, for example, a woman was subjected into the marriage. However, that's not what the resolution is here. The resolution is saying that polygamy should be legalized in all 50 states, and that is with the consent of each of the members of the polygamous marriage. The 14th Amendment in the Constitution similarly protects life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, this can be interpreted in many ways, but how can we, as a society, say that because this is what society expects of you, you have to adhere to it? That's not protecting the happiness of many people who want to participate in a marriage with multiple partners. If they want to do so, and if it's in their best interests, then we as a society should not say, no, that's weird, we're not going to let you do that. It's their own beliefs. And we need to respect that because that's what American society is built on. That is really my argument. So I just want to end with a short little saying. If I like it, and if you like it, and if one more person likes it, then let's have polygamy. Thank you. And yield my time to questions.
Questions? No questions? Cuba.
Why should polygamy be legalized before gay marriage, when gay marriage affects more people?
I mean, you can't just say that we can't just legalize polygamy because gay marriage isn't already legalized. Like, if it's their own rights. The order of the events is not as important or meaningful as the events actually happening in the first place. And if we can get this started, maybe we can build our way to gay marriage.
Anyone else? Back there.
You said
What?
Sorry.
You had your hand up? Yes.
Yes, you said the 14th Amendment protects the life, liberty, and property, and I would presume happiness.
What's your question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, no, actually, it's just, I think you got.
Oh, did I get it mixed up?
Yeah, the 14th Amendment, it's voting rights for African Americans.
No, the 14th, okay. I know that there's a specific clause in the 14th Amendment, now I might have gotten the wording mixed up, that is like the main thing that people are using to argue for gay marriage, so that's what I was meaning to argue for polygamy. Now, I don't know if it's life, liberty, and property, or life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, but either way, liberty and life can fall under the idea that people should be able to make their own choices.
Okay, back there in the blue. Did you have a question?
Yeah, do you think it would be easier to pass laws legalizing polygamy or gay marriage?
I think it would be definitely easier to pass laws legalizing gay marriage, but I don't think that's relevant to this debate.
Over there.
You mentioned the 14th Amendment having like so the life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property. Those two phrases come from the Declaration of Independence and John Locke respectively, neither of which actually occur anywhere in the Constitution.
Is that a question? Do we want to rephrase that to a question?
Where exactly in the Constitution, not the 14th Amendment, does the right to pursuit of happiness or whatnot take place? As I know for a fact, it is not in the 14th Amendment.
Okay. No.
It is in the 14th Amendment. If I had my phone, but she's using it, I would show you the exact clause.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Suspend all rules.
Motion to suspend the rules?
No.
No?
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. 14th Amendment.
I stand corrected.
Timekeeper? Timekeeper, how much time do we have?
30 seconds.
Alright. Is that questions? Questions? Yes. Quickly.
So you're referring to the Equal Protection Clause?
Great.
Oh, that's what it's called. Yes.
Great. Okay, the chair will absorb the remaining time. Can we please have our opponent speaker for 6 minutes?
Good morning. My name is David Taylor, and I'm a student at Palachi. Polygamy first became restricted in the United States in 1862 with the Moral Anti-Bigamy Act that made polygamy a misdemeanor in all areas where the federal government had jurisdiction. Later, in 1882, polygamy in states covered by the Moral Act became a felony for the Edmunds Act. These decisions were made with careful consideration to citizens' rights because polygamy is a danger to public safety, government budget, and the well-being of all. Currently, there's a loophole in our government's immigration policy that allows American citizens to bring their next of kin and loved ones to the United States. If polygamy was legalized, it is theoretically possible that an American man could claim 100 foreign women as his loved ones. This leaves the United States liable for fraud costs associated with fake polygamous relationships with the sole purpose of bringing illegal women to the United States. My opponent may argue that because these immigrants pay taxes, they offset any costs associated with their presence. However, according to the NRC, the average immigrant family receives over $13,000 in government benefits while only paying approximately $10,000 in taxes, which leaves about a shortfall of $3,000 between the amount covered by taxes and is spent on their expenditures. So keep in mind that these figures assume an average family size of 2.6. So the losses incurred by a polygamous family, which is typically larger, would be far greater. Recently, the total population topped 7 billion, and the doubling time is only beginning to slow. So the total fertility rate for children born per woman is 2.1 worldwide, but in a polygamous family, this average is 5.6, which is actually slightly higher than sub-Saharan Africa. Think about that, Africa.
Respect the speaker. Respect the speaker.
If polygamy was legalized, many scared of polygamy by its lack of legality would surely flock to it. This would only exacerbate the overpopulated world, considering that the demand for resources exceeded the supply in the 80s, and the world population grows at a pace that San Francisco is reborn every 3 days. Another negative aspect of a polygamous family is the constraints it places on children. Since there are so many children, many find themselves fighting for parental attention. Additionally, older children are often burdened with expectation. They will assist with family matters and childcare. This takes away from playtime and can stunt creativity. Polygamy also destroys the opportunity for younger, less experienced males to date. Within the constraints of polygamy, younger women would be attracted to older men who have more funds to support a larger family and who are better accustomed to the world and in more reliable jobs. Not only does this lead to a betrayal of women's moral values, but it leads to a high rate of depression, which in turn goes to suicide because 15% of people with chronic depression end up committing suicide. For the reasons above, I urge you to vote no on this resolution. I yield my time to questions.
Questions? Yes.
How would polygamy be a danger to public safety?
It would be a danger to public safety because it would likely raise the number of STD cases because of multiple partners.
Back there.
You emphasized on Africa. I was kind of confused.
I was emphasizing Africa because their population is currently growing at an unsustainable rate. So I'm trying to make the connection that if we legalize polygamy, our fertility rate would increase to a rate that is unsustainable, just like Africa's.
Questions? In the front.
Do you believe that the sole reason that Africa is in the state that it is currently is because of the fact that it's overpopulated?
I don't understand the question.
Do you believe that the leading factor in Africa's current state is the fact that it's overpopulated?
You're saying that Africa is overpopulated because it's overpopulated.
No, I'm asking. You're referring to Africa as though it were in a bad state. So I'm asking you if you believe that the overpopulation is the major cause of that.
Yes. Overpopulation is an issue that is leading to starvation and inadequate resources for many.
Edward, did you have a question? Questions?
Any further questions?
Yes.
What do you think about the polygamy for religious reasons?
It's religious reasons don't give one the ability to circumvent the law.
Any more questions? Okay, the chair will absorb the remaining time. We will now ask for subsequent speeches for the proponency. He asked me first, so I'm going to choose you. Luke. Grab your badge. Grab your badge.
Huh?
Grab your badge. Okay.
Your name's
Grab
up.
it.
Give her the badge.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Luke Kennedy. I'm from Glendale High School, and I'm pro legalization of polygamy. So Mr. What was the concept?
Taylor. Taylor.
Oh, Taylor.
So Mr. David Taylor, says that he says that that legalization of polygamy would lead to overpopulation and would lead to strains on our resources. Well, the thing is, there are many countries that deal with that where polygamy is legal, and they don't really have an overpopulation problem. They seem to be sustainable. Have you ever heard on the news about an overpopulation crisis? Anyone?
Yes.
No. Well, first, I believe that legalization of polygamy, when certain religions, big or small, all allow polygamy, part of their doctrine is religious persecution, and the religion of Islam allows polygamy. There are over 1 billion in Muslims in the world. So basically, this is saying to the Muslims, we're right, you're wrong. Right, and there were other religions as well. Certain denominations of the religion of the Church of Latter-day Saints, or Mormonism, or the Mormon Church, allow for polygamy, and when they were founded in the late 1840s, early 1850s. After that, they were forced out. They were forced out states they were founded in, so they settled west. Do you believe? Sorry, is there a problem?
No problem.
So anyway, the Mormons were forced out of the states they were founded in because certain denominations allowed allowed polygamy. And well, yes.
What's your time?
That's my time.
30 seconds.
Yes, and also, you said, and also, you say that polygamy would allow the spread of STDs. Well, if they're getting well, see, if they're getting married, if one man is marrying more than one woman, and marrying, then they won't. Never mind. Then they won't be able to spread STDs unless they have an affair. Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, can I get a raise of hands? All in favor? Okay, all opposed? Okay, you have 30 seconds. Extended.
Sorry, I didn't really prepare anything.
Well, you can ask. You open the floor.
Yeah, you could ask questions or you could ask.
Okay, questions? No questions?
So why did you extend the speaker's time?
I thought he was in the middle of saying something.
Okay, do you want to finish your thought? Are there any questions?
So in conclusion, I really believe that outlawing polygamy is religious persecution of certain minorities. Oh, yes, thank you.
Are there any, okay. Have you speak your badge? Your name tag? You have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to start off by saying the country with the highest fertility rate, Niger, I think it's 7.9 children per woman on average, is facing a huge drought currently, with hundreds of thousands dying, and that's pretty much a direct result of overpopulation. Now, I'd like to start off by pointing out a human argument. You're 14, you're a girl living in Colorado City, Arizona, which is populated pretty much solely by members of the Fundamentalist Church of Latter-day Saints, an offshoot of Mormonism. One day, your mother comes to you, or one of your mothers, and says, you're going to be married today. You meet your new husband, a 45-year-old man who lives across the street. You've never really talked to him before. You're pregnant and within a month. You've been legally raped because you're below the age of consent. And this is completely accepted in this whole culture. This goes on every day. And this is a result of polygamy. Polygamy has created a social system that created the largest crisis, humanitarian crisis in most of Utah and Arizona now, is the thousands of teenage boys that are kicked out of these communities because the older men want to keep the younger women for themselves. These boys who have committed no crime are kicked out of these communities and with no support system, wander the desert. A huge number of them die. Now imagine you're a 15-year-old girl. You're lying on the road. You've been beaten by the police, who are polygamists as well, for trying to run away. You've already had a kid, and you're going to die there. And that's what happens every day in these communities where polygamy is legal. Now, I'm not saying that all polygamy is like this, but the vast majority of polygamous relationships happen within a religious cult. How can we allow things like David Koresh's so many wives and his polygamous compound that was burned to the ground in Waco, Texas, killing almost everyone inside? How can we justify a religion that seeks to enslave women within a house for their entire lives, maybe 10 or so more, having no social contact, being stuck there and never knowing any better? Now, my mom raised me as a kind of feminist, and I believe that women should have rights. I don't believe that a woman should be taken at the age of 14 and married off to a 60-year-old man to live in a house, living off welfare, and have to live in a house with 40 children, 9 other sister wives, get no social attention, and then die. Or she gets raped at 15, tries to escape, and is left for dead by the police, who are often polygamists themselves, and they help police the streets. Now, I've read a lot of books on this subject because it's a personal favorite of mine. You hear stories of these girls calling billboards that say, call for abuse. It gets forwarded right to the Fundamentalist Church, and they get dragged back to their communities. In a huge portion of Utah and Arizona, this is a problem. And this will not be changed unless we make laws against polygamy stronger, not weaker.
Okay, are there any speakers for the proponency? Wait, you have notes?
I have good
I have
notes.
notes. She has notes too. She has notes too.
Tuba?
Come on, respect the speaker, please.
Alright, hi everyone, I'm Tuba Ali, I'm from Palisades High School. I think polygamy should be legalized in all 50 states. I dated a couple guys, and one person doesn't know what to get the right food, the other one doesn't know the right Netflix movie. So why can't I just have the best of both worlds? So polygamy doesn't mean that you're going to marry 94, you're not going to have 94 husbands or wives. That's just extreme cases like with all other subjects. I just want 2 husbands, one who's feisty and one who's emotional, and that's it. So I know another topic of interest is overpopulation. So think about it. I'm a guy, I have 10 wives. I won't spend my time with just one wife, getting it on with her every day. I'll be switching it up, and I will not get with the one who's like ovulating that week. I'll go with the other one. So that way we can reduce population. Well, that's just me. So I urge you all to vote yes on this resolution that polygamy be legalized in all 50 states. Thank you. Oh, I was all my questions. How much time do I have? 2 minutes?
Yes.
How do you feel about the theory that when women are together, their cycles sync up? So that way, if you were that man and everyone would be ovulating the same week, you can't say no, right?
Again, that is a theory. You have to sign, unless you have like.
That's what theory means.
Oh. Well, then make them live in separate houses.
Respect the speaker.
So, what if that you were engaged in a polygamous marriage, and then your husband wanted another wife? How would you react to that?
I'd be like, okay, I have 2 husbands. You can have up to 2 wives.
Wouldn't any woman who expects their spouses to share her in the love, yet perform the entire duties of a single spouse, pose no risk to contributing to overpopulation anyway?
Can I ask for clarification? Yes. Okay, sorry.
You know what? Question rescinded.
How does the speaker respond to the concept of a favorite wife, and what would the speaker propose to prevent this of a man preferring one wife right over, and the social consequences to the other wives?
Well, I would try my best to be the favorite wife, but I also think it should be like a family, like that wife should be your sister, and you should talk to her, get to know what's wrong, and then maybe like have it like a timetable, like, okay, you have him for 1 hour, I'll have him for the next.
Okay. Speaker's time is up.
All right, thank you.
Brilliant.
Are there any speakers for the con?
Motion to suspend. No.
What? What was your motion?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Oh. Allow me to start by quoting what is clearly the #1 best legal reference for any form of serious, reasonable political debate. The Simpsons. Now, one particular episode in which polygamy it was legal in whatever state Springfield happened to be in this week. Homer, gets drunk on his own, wakes up next to a woman. He's apparently married her overnight in a 15-minute Vegas quickie marriage. Under the court ruling, he is now married to 2 women. So, did Marge sign up for this second wife? No. Homer got married behind her back. And suddenly she has a sister wife she wasn't aware of. This situation is very real and is serious potential. Is that considered infidelity? Is that grounds for divorce? Furthermore, if that is grounds for divorce, how does divorce work under a polygamous system? If one spouse decides to break off from the pack. Because under current divorce laws, if it's the other spouse's fault for the reason in this marriage is dissolved, that's spousal support or paying alimony. Enough alimony, in fact, so that the ex-wife or ex-husband and continues to live the lifestyle to which they have become accustomed in the marriage. So what happens if 3 wives break off? They all have the same lifestyle to be accustomed to. That guy can't support 3 wives living that lifestyle on his own. he was able to make that work because they were all living under the same roof. And that's only getting into the issue of divorce. What about sister wives, or I suppose they would be brother husbands? Are they considered related? Is that considered legal grounds for, say, hospital visitation? We don't know. These are difficult questions that can cause awkward, unusual arguments that cause prolonged court sessions and delay our court system even further. Frankly, the tangled mess that that polygamy would cause into our legal system is a headache we just don't need as a society. I am not dealing with if polygamy is a moral issue. You have your own opinions on that. But you can't deny this. Polygamy is impractical. I yield any time I have. Do I?
No.
Okay.
Is there? Okay. You are
Do this. Were we debating as a team?
Because that's what we do.
Is there a motion for that?
I have the right to yield my time to another speaker.
Can I have your name tag?
Tag team? Oh, yeah. Now, first of all, I'd like to make the first point here that everyone here has been talking about straight polygamous marriage, which is a very hetero state of mind, and it's really disgusting because it ignores LGBTQ rights, which is what the Assembly has recently passed a plank about education. And one thing you guys may or may not understand, but gay people also want to get married. Sometimes it's polygamous marriage, like us. So, keep that in mind, because people have been pointing out a couple of different things that are only exclusive to straight marriages, such as?
Okay, so before I start into that, when these two people mention statistics about competition amongst wives or violence, those are all in areas where polygamy is forced. It's not legal, it's forced. Like you're expected, it's a social norm. It's the expected social norm, kind of like it is expected of me to get straight A's or I get my butt beaten by my mother. That sort of expected social circumstance. That's forced. That's coercion. That is completely outside the realms of normal marriage. Next, Ryan mentioned that there are some legality issues, are we related, blah, blah, blah. Well, legal complications are no good reason by which we can say that we should take away someone's rights. Oh, it's too complicated in court, so you know what, you have no rights. Just go sit down, be a slave. No. And you know what, we do have a functional marriage. There is no competition amongst us three, We know to sit down on the couch, eat our chicken wings, watch football, and always leave the toilets, It's a happy marriage.
Furthermore, sorry, do you want to speak, honey?
Yes.
We make it work.
It's outrageous to me that you believe that the rate of STDs will go up with polygamous marriage. My men would never cheat on me, and I would never cheat on them. We stand united as a family.
Family, which is another thing that we need to get into. Overpopulation, ha! Gay marriages don't contribute anything to population. We can have sex literally all day and you would get no change in population. Furthermore, another issue that's going to throw up in gay marriage can also be brought into gay polygamy, which is adoption. If you have three, very confident young men who want children, we can't have them. So what do? We adopt kids, and what's wrong with that? Getting them out of that disgusting foster home system. So obviously, overpopulation would not be an issue, and I think it's disgusting that people are ignoring the gay rights and an issue that does concern marriage, even if it is with multiple partners. Anything else you'd like to add to that? With that, we yield our time to questions.
So, which ones are the bottoms? Which ones are the tops?
John, you said you were top, right?
Yes.
And then we kind of like switch off.
Communication sharing.
Where did you three meet?
JSA, surprisingly, yeah.
Finding
Yes.
good man or men.
Yes.
Okay, being gay myself, I'm extremely offended by this, first of all. And second, can you explain how a person is born polygamist?
Is there a motion to accept?
Motion.
Second. Ayes? Nay? Okay, great. 30 seconds.
I believe it's irrelevant whether someone is born polygamist. It shouldn't matter if you're born polygamist for polygamy to be legal. You're not born a smoker, but smoking is legal. Most people, I believe, are born homosexual,
but not all of them. Some people do make that choice. And some people make the choice to be polygamous.
Are there any more questions? Yes, quickly.
Yeah, are you three actually a couple, or are you just
We are the closest thing to a definition of a couple without actually being a couple.
Okay.
Pretty best friends that anyone can say.
There isn't enough time. The chair will absorb the remaining time. Thank you. Is there anyone for the con side? Is there anyone for the con side? Any speakers for the con side?
Yeah.
Does anybody want a motion to caucus?
How much time do you have until?
Wait,
We could do another round.
motion to suspend the rules.
And
Second.
Wait, what?
Suspend the rules.
For
Go on the
caucus.
pro speak.
Oh, for pro
Point of
speakers?
order, I made a motion to caucus previously.
Yeah, we could. Okay, is there a second for caucus?
Second.
Is ayes?
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the proponency. Anyone want to speak for the pro side? Edward.
Alright, so my name is Edward. I'm from Palisades High School, and Ryan Lux mentioned that polygamy would be a headache to society, and for that reason, we're not going to deal with it. I'm pretty sure somewhere along the way there were similar arguments with gay marriage, similar arguments with, as they said, with slavery, and the question you brought up about people being born polygamists. Actually, I can't cite my source, so prove me wrong. But to my knowledge, human beings, with the absence of culture, just human beings as species, they are not genetically or whatever it is. They are not supposed to be monogamous. Do you know that? That's why it's so hard. That's why we have so many divorces today. That's why, you can be in a relationship, but you'll still stare at her ass. Do you know what I mean? So, I'll move on. Polygamy, the biggest argument against polygamy is the social aspect attributed to polygamy. So, with gay marriage, the whole thing was that people would be it would be weird to grow up in a gay household. It would be weird to see two guys, two women walking around town, The same thing with polygamy is because in your brains, the way you guys have grown up is that polygamy isn't normal. And as a new generation, that's what we as students, we as the younger generation, we're more accepting towards gays, towards transsexuals, towards lesbians. And I believe that in the coming generation, the same thing can happen for polygamy. And the argument against that polygamy will affect the institution of a family. But if you think about it like this, it would only create more bonds, more the sense of community within a family. I grew up with just a dad. My mom, they're separated. I still see my mom. But I know that if there were there are members of my family that I would be able to talk to, more people that I can relate with, it would definitely have benefited my growth. The argument about Africa. No, Africa's biggest problem is not overpopulation. Africa's biggest problem is access to birth control. It is the cultural atmosphere of Africa. It is the violence. It is the lack of government involvement. So there you are wrong. And also, the thing with, I don't know whose argument it was about 14-year-old Mormons lying on a railroad track or whatever. But the whole point is that their marriages were forced. These people were underage. And there was this whole culture of religious cultishness involved. So what I'm saying is that if the federal government allows polygamy, if they allow for it, and if they institute different laws, different policies that concern that you can't be underage to participate in polygamy, you would need the consensus of all members involved. So the Homer Simpson argument is out of the question. You would also have all adults will have custody of their children, of all the children, and well, that's not it. Okay. Do you guys know that the United Kingdom?
Motion to extend the
Damn it.
speaker's time.
Second.
Aye.
Nay? Okay, go ahead. Wait a second.
Okay. Did you guys know that of all the countries in the world, most of the countries in Europe are against polygamy. Most of the countries in Africa support polygamy. But that's obvious. But the thing here is that the United Kingdom and Australia, two of the most powerful European nations in the world, they actually accept and they legally recognize a polygamous marriage. So these countries have done it, why can't we do it? And free love, everyone loves each other. And kumbaya.
Is there a motion to previous question? Second. Aye. Okay, great. We want to hear the closing argument from the opponents. That's you.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, you said opponents, not like, wait, there's opponent C, then there's opponent.
Opponent C, sorry.
Okay. Jeez. Let's see. So I'd just like to revisit a few things and also introduce something new. A little bit earlier, I was talking a little bit about STDs and polygamy. I just wanted to say that according to the U.S. National Library of Medicine, women who have 5 or more partners were 8 times more likely to contract an STD. Additionally, polygamy reinforces negative stereotypes that keep women in a subservient position. I'd like to address your argument about Islam's and polygamy. You said that the Islam population is about 1 billion out of the world's 7 billion. So, easy math. It's 1/7 of the global population, which is very substantial. So, although our religious freedoms must be protected, it must not be to an extent that it endangers the world population. I was making a point about how the overpopulation of Africa is not the biggest point, but it actually contributes significantly to the other problems. Because Africa has overpopulation, it's not easy for them to quickly and effectively roll out a large birth control, or quickly change cultural mindsets to make an environment that's more accepting of women. I yield my time to the chair.
So it was mentioned earlier by the opponent C that religious reasons do not give one the ability to break the laws. And I guess that's right, but instead, the law should be molded to protect religious freedoms. Because that's what the First Amendment of the Constitution expressly states, that people have the freedom to express their own religions. Another thing that was mentioned earlier was that polygamy enslaves women, and women are just entrapped into the system of oppression in states like Utah and Arizona. But you can't just assume that every polygamous relationship is going to be like that. Face it, right now, polygamy is not legal, and that still happens. Making it legal will not change anything. It'll still happen. The only thing that will be able to change that is either to change that society's values or to implement government intervention into those specific communities. There are people like Tuba who want to have more than one husband, or people like that lovely trio over there who want to get married. Like, you can't just assume that every polygamous relationship is going to be this kind of very traditionalist, oppressive relationship. Also, with the whole thing about it's a legal headache because it's going to be so hard to change this in a system of already established 1 or 2 partner relationships. That's just blatant laziness. Like, you can't just not give people rights just because it's hard. That's what happened with slavery during the Reconstruction. We gave them the rights, and it was hard, but it was extremely worth it. And now, there's no more slavery in the United States. Do not let your own beliefs control the beliefs of other people, because that's not American. Be American and vote for polygamy. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read the resolution one more time. It's resolved that polygamy be legalized in all 50 states. All in favor for this resolution, please raise your hand. Okay.
Why don't you all just get married?
Okay, all opposed? Abstentions? Wait, one more time, abstentions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. With a 36 to 9 to 8 abstentions, this resolution passes. What? 36 to 9 to 8. Excuse me.
Do you want to call the speakers up
Okay.
then?
Yeah, okay, so all the speakers who spoke, please come up and say your name and what high school you're from. This room is 503, by the way.
You guys all with a smile. No, are they done? Oh. Yeah.
Okay,
Jason Bourne, your James Bonds, like, don't you want those on our side too? You don't have to be some kind of a evil scientist to develop some kind of a biotic or biological enhancements to humanity. Now, would you rather have Al Qaeda be able to jump 20 feet and punch a hole through a wall, or good old U.S. Marines? You're right. People are changing, and in fact, through selective breeding and just natural selection, people have changed. As you said, the average Spartan was 5.5 feet tall. The average Marine is 6'2". People naturally want to breed with larger people. I would rephrase that, but it works perfectly. The dominant will spread his seed in order to ensure a stronger race. Now, I've lost my point here. Anyway, don't you want Captain America? Not Captain Terrorist. I see the rest of my time. Thank you.
Now, are there any serious opponency?
Oh.
Debates have to be serious, and you guys know that. You guys know that. Speakers, you guys should take your speeches seriously, even though I know that was entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. So, are there any opponency?
Alright. Melissa. Oh, okay. Are you ready? Yeah. Morality. It's what separates us humans from any other species on the world. No other species, before they would do something, would take into consideration the moral and ethical dilemmas that could be presented to other people. And that's what this debate comes down to. As Joel Rosenthal and Mr. Anthony Martinez both excellently pointed out, this is a debate about morals. And I think there's a certain point where we can draw a line in the sand, where we can say, victory is not victory if we sacrifice our humanity in doing so. Remember, what are we fighting for? We're fighting for life, liberty, and justice. We're not fighting just because we're America and we think we're the best. Some people might, but I don't think that's what we should be fighting for. I think we're fighting for humanity. And in this debate, I'm siding with humanity. I think victory should not override our morality. Now I ask you, please, look into your conscience, look into your heart and soul, look into the very things that make you human, and tell me, would you give that up for victory? Would you give that up for a win? I sure as hell would. Thank you.
Thank you. What time is this block over? What time is the block over? I don't have an agenda. 30. 32. Okay. So, we could have another round of subsequents. Are there any proponency speakers? Any? If there's any, I just need somebody to motion. Is there a motion on the floor? Opponency. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. Motion to caucus for 2 minutes. Okay, there's been a motion to caucus for 2 minutes. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. 2 minutes, Melissa.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't think of anything.
Opponency speaker? There was a competency.
Proponency.
Opponency. Oh no.
No, that's
A proponency. The motion. Okay. Proponency.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Motion.
Wait,
We don't have enough time. We only have 10 minutes.
We got 10 minutes.
Motion, previous question.
We actually only have 10 minutes.
Oh.
Is there a second?
Mention your pro points in your speech.
Wait, but opponency, yeah, first.
Yeah. Okay, so am I arguing the proponency or the other?
No, you're not doing any right now. We're motioning to previous question.
Yeah.
Here's the
main con.
You're the main con?
I'm the main con.
Okay, so. Main con. There's been a second to motion. There's been a motion to previous question. Are there any seconds?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Motion to previous question. So we're gonna have our opponency speaker for a 3-minute closing speech.
Okay, so one of the previous speakers said that people have evolved over time. That the average Marine is now 6'2", and Spartans used to be 5'6". But I can't say with confidence that I'm better than any of my ancestors just because I was born now instead of back then. What I think that means is that they've changed the regulations. They've made it so that we need more effective people fighting, but that doesn't mean that we need to take away what makes them human. Now, someone said that there would be informed consent. They would have to say, I want this. But could we really trust our government to not make better soldiers if they could? If they offered everyone and some people said no, wouldn't that mean that the people who didn't take this would have a more likelihood of dying? It could even mean that in the future, people would have to do this in order to be allowed into the military, and that means that your idea of some Joe Schmo who can't do anything with his life and wants to join the military, to do that first he has to undergo surgery to make him into a human weapon? Now that's not right. That's definitely not right. Now, another person mentioned the Avengers. I saw the Avengers, loved the Avengers. Did you guys see the Hulk?
No.
Well, the Hulk. You probably weren't watching that movie very carefully. The Hulk wasn't really on a side. He sort of destroyed everything. I don't think we want people like the ones in the Avengers. Now here's another question. What happens to these people when they come home from war? Suddenly, they are faster, they're stronger, they're better than everyone else, which not only provides the grounds for racism, but it also means that they would have less opportunities. Someone who goes off to war and comes back wants to play baseball. Are you biologically augmented? You see, you guys know what steroids did to sports. Now, if anyone does well in sports, someone asks, are you on steroids? Well, this would be like steroids on steroids. These people would not be able to integrate into society regularly. It's hard enough with post-traumatic stress disorder. Now they'd not only have that, but they would be misfits. And I'd like to reinforce again that it's just not right to make people better tools of war. That as people, as humans, it is our job to make the world a better place, and I think that that would hurt that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now can we go ahead and have our proponents say for a 3-minute closing speech.
Alright, so just want to address a few of the main points that were brought up. Body being a temple. If your body's a temple, then you're against training it or you're against augmenting it to kill. Why would you train yourself to kill in the first place? It doesn't make sense. Like, that logic doesn't make sense. So you might as well just stop training people if you think your body is a temple and it's not meant to kill people. So this superhuman race that was brought up, that is superior in physical ability to other people. There was mention of racism. Yeah, that was basically it, just racism. There are people like that today. They're superior in physical ability. We call them athletes. We're not racist towards athletes, not that I know of. Like, we idolize athletes. We want to be athletes. They're better, and we like that. We look up to them. Coming back from war, post-traumatic stress disorder, these soldiers can be biologically engineered to just have none of that. No post-traumatic stress disorder. That's completely eliminated. All the funding, all the government funding for helping veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder, not needed. These soldiers are accused of potentially not being able to integrate back into normal society. I don't know how many people you've heard of coming right off the battlefield back from war and wanting to go into pro baseball. That just doesn't seem like a viable thing. These augmentations are accused of sacrificing our humanity. I strongly disagree with that. These augmentations are not sacrificing our humanity. These are improving our humanity, improving our safety and our defense. These are done for a reason, to defend our country. This isn't some superfluous, some unneeded thing just to perform random surgeries on our soldiers. This is done for a reason. It has a purpose. It will be done by the government. And yeah, it's done for our protection. The military, they already train their soldiers to be, they already make people weapons, basically. That's what they do. They train them to kill. So why wouldn't they make them the best killers? Why wouldn't they take advantage of this great opportunity, and make them the best at what they do? I'd like to leave you with a question. We blast people, currently, we blast them with radiation to kill cancer. Why can't we blast people with radiation so they can kill terrorists? Thank you.
Alright, so now I'm gonna go ahead and reread the resolution. Resolved, the government should have the ability to create biologically augmented soldiers. All those in favor of this resolution, please stand.
Thank you for believing.
Okay, you guys may be seated. All those opposed to this resolution, please stand.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, you're good.
All those that abstain? One abstention? Two? Okay, so this resolution fails with a vote of 15 to 21 to 2. If you guys spoke today, can you guys please come up and say your name?
I'm Anthony Martinez.
I'm Sean Flood. I'm Joel Rosenthal from Pally High.
Where'd you go?
I'm Andrew Friedman from Buckley. Not proud of what I said. I'm Tom Yeager from Crespi Carmeli High School.
Alright.
Good decision.
Alright, so you guys do have your best speaker ballots. After you guys fill it out, please bring it up to me. And you guys are dismissed.
How'd we go?
Roasting.
So unprepared.
Is there a timekeeper present? The debate is, resolve the president is no longer the commander-in-chief in lieu an admiral or general is elected by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Speaking first is Jack Romine from Crispy Caramel High School.
If only that's the one you toss.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. Those of you who didn't hear our enlightened moderator, my name is Romine, Jack Romine. To be quite frank, I'm confused. Let me clarify. One thing I'm never confused about is my patriotism. As you can see by my near jingoistic belt and scarf combination. Rather, I'm confused as to why the commander-in-chief and the president are one and the same. Let me ask you, how much military experience did Barack Obama have before he was elected? Or Bill, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Clinton. What about Mitt Romney? Coolidge, Wilson, Harding, Taft, Adams, Quincy Adams. Many of our presidents lacked one iota of military experience prior to being thrust into the position of commander-in-chief. That makes sense. You want to give someone with no experience command the most powerful military force the world has ever known. You know, just like how you want to give a 5-year-old the keys to an F-16 jet. Oh wait, that's nonsensical. Even presidents with prior military experience have failed miserably as commanders-in-chief. John F. Kennedy may have served in the Navy. That didn't stop him from botching the invasion of Cuba in the Bay of Pigs, serving as a catalyst to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which almost ended America. You know, I like America. Richard Nixon, or Tricky Dick, was a commander in the United States Naval Reserve. But remind me how the Vietnam War went. He is not a crook. Technically, it wasn't a loss, but I'd be hard-pressed to call that a victory, a rousing victory either. Several men who, by all means, were qualified as commander-in-chief failed as president. We have men like William Henry Harrison, Zachary Taylor, and case in point, Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant served as an exemplar general during the Civil War, fighting the Confederate scourge, and but is often criticized for having the most corrupt administration in the United States history. With nepotism running rampant, promoting the marauding rape of American integrity. Grant was marred by such scandals such as Black Friday, in which gold speculators cornered the market, and he and several members of his administration were involved. It's not that exciting. And then, which really hurt America's fledgling greenback, or the dollar that we have now. Then there was the whiskey ring, which was a tax evasion fraud, which shows, once again, Grant, great general, great commander-in-chief, terrible president. Now, I want to ask you guys some questions. All right, ready? Why are we fighting a war in Iraq?
Good question.
When are we withdrawing our troops from Afghanistan?
I believe it's supposed to be progressive.
You believe? Now, I consider the junior statesmen of America to be a shining beacon of light among the dank ignorance of our peers. And look, one of our members cannot express our military goals. So why should the largely apathetic and ignorant electorate be able to elect the commander-in-chief? Though there are some illustrious examples of men who served well in both positions, your George Washingtons, your Abraham Lincolns, your Andrew Jacksons, but they are few and far between. And those men are on our currency because they were different. They served as great presidents and great commander-in-chiefs, and that is why they are remembered. Because most presidents fail in either one or the other or die in office. Just as it makes little sense that why you would get a free booklight with your purchase of a Snuggie, why would the president also be commander-in-chief? The president, the highest public office in the land, should most definitely be voted for by the electorate. But I think that the meritocracy of the American military, or in this case, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, are much better equipped to select the commander-in-chief than the American electorate. Now, I may have not used all 6 minutes to express my point because my point is simple. The president and the commander-in-chief should be two separate positions because of what each job entails and what each is required of each position should have very little overlap and thusly should now become separate positions. I see the rest of my time to the chair.
We will now hear a 6-minute con speech from Thomas Yeager of Crispy Carmel High School.
Crispy Carmel. Who is timekeeping? Are you ready?
Yes, I do.
Democracy. Jack, I respected you. I expect you to do the same. Democracy, liberty, and freedom. These are much more than words, at least to me. They make up the heart and soul that is America. Whenever I hear these words, I look back with awe on the humble beginnings of our country. I remember stories of those valiant men who fought for democracy, liberty, and freedom. These men no longer wanted to be ruled by a king they didn't elect in some far-off land they didn't live in. No. These men, they wanted a voice in their government. They wanted for their opinion to matter. They wanted democracy. Although it seemed far off and radical, they wanted democracy to govern their land. And although this experiment was a radical, crazy idea having democracy, it was a grand idea. This experiment brought America to become a lighthouse, if you will, a beacon for all other nations to follow in our footsteps. We are a glowing example for the rest of the world, if not for any other reason, for the sole reason of our American democracy. However, my opponent, Jack Romine, questions the people's decision in choosing a president. He thinks that the people are not intelligent enough to choose a man who is well equipped with the ability to make decisions as commander-in-chief. Now, yes, a good majority of people are not equipped enough to take hold of both jobs, but our president is not a good majority of people. Only a few elect people in this world can run for president, and it is the people's decision, not some bureaucrat's decision, not some Joint Chiefs of Staff decision, but our decision to choose who we want for our commander-in-chief. This way, he will do what the people want. He will follow in that good old American idea that the people know what they want. They don't need some bureaucrat ruling them. I just can't understand how Jack would sacrifice. He would make all those people who died for our American democracy die in vain. Only so that we would have some bureaucrat ruling our military.
Respect the speaker, please.
Now, I'm not the only one who thought that our commander-in-chief should also be the head of the executive branch. No, I'm not. The writers of the Constitution also believed this. They were very strong in this. They were very passionate. That's why in Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution, it was written, the President of the United States is the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces. It doesn't say if we want to. It doesn't say if a committee reviews him that he's equipped enough to be Commander-in-Chief. It doesn't say, let's get a bunch of Joint Chiefs of Staff and they choose a Commander-in-Chief. No, it says people like the President. Now, yes, if the President does not have sufficient military experience, although it may be a problem initially, in the long run, it won't necessarily matter. Now, any good president will not just go on making orders for the military based on any whim. There are, as of 2009, there are 9 combatant commanders who assist him in his decisions. 6 who have regional responsibilities, and 3 who have functional responsibilities, along with the Secretary of State. So, some of you might be bad at math, that's 10 people helping him. You're welcome, Anthony. 10 people helping him make a decision. He's not going into this uneducated. But he has something that a bureaucrat elected by the Joint Chiefs of Staff won't have. He has the people who trusted him to do this. The people who knew when they elected him he would make the right decision. And that is why I believe that we should not give away a commander-in-chief to some appointed bureaucrat, but it should be reserved for the president. A president voted for by the people, not some committee. A president with the people's best interests in mind. Thank you.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to turn the lights on because we're trying to get pictures for our website and such. So I apologize if I'm
Where's the submersion?
I'm so sorry.
The con speaker is not taking any questions.
Oh, no.
Is there a pro speaker?
Yeah.
The laptop. Can I get your name tag?
Huh?
Can I get your name tag, please? We'll now be hearing a 3-minute subsequent pro speech from Joel Wetford from. Wait. Oh,
It is Joel.
wait
for it.
Oh, wow.
Stinson. Okay. I want to know your mother references. My actual last name is Rohde. Yes.
They thought they got it right here.
Bless you.
Truth. Justice. Mint Oreos. These are all things that I love dearly. And you know what we need to protect those? A president who is separate from the commander-in-chief. My Oreos. The president is elected to be a representative of the people. Our president is made to represent all of our best interests. But I can tell you that most of our best interests, military is not the top of the list. Most of us are not very well versed in military strategy, neither is most of the country, and neither should be the president. The point of the president is to represent the people and our interests, and military is not one of our big things. Another thing, as any good leader knows, one of the most important things you can do is delegate. Delegation is a beautiful thing. What it means is that if I'm a leader, I don't have to know how to do everything. I have people to do it for me. I have people who know better than me who I can rely on. The president, he's just got himself. And we all know one is the loneliest number. Now, let's think of it this way, okay? Here in JSA, we have a similar thing. We have separation of powers. We have Juliana Joss, our beautiful governor, and Grant Crater, our lieutenant governor. Now, he is very beautiful. Now think what were to happen if we mashed them together. You would end up with Julianne's cross. That is what our president is. This is what the president does, and this is why things don't always go according to plan with the president and the military. It's the president's responsibility to think of the people, and it's the chief of staff, general admiral or general responsibility to think of the army. Soldiers don't vote for their commander because they don't need someone who they want. They need someone who will do what needs to be done. They don't need someone who is liked by the soldiers. And that's very different for a leader of our country, so they shouldn't be elected in the same way. They have very different and distinct responsibilities, and we don't want Jan Cross. Thank you. Time's up.
Oh, your name tag. What school are you from?
Cal States.
Ben, that's where you go. Now hear a 3-minute con speech from Benjamin Fellini.
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 Hi, I'm Benjamin Fellini. I am from Cal States Charter High School. The main problem that I find with the whole idea of separating the president and the commander-in-chief is how the chief is selected. In this scenario, the commander-in-chief is not elected popularly, but selected instead by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In other words, we have a non-elected body choosing the highest military official in the land who will have complete control over everything to do with said military. In other words, there will be no popular accountability if this guy messes up. He cannot be impeached. He cannot be voted out of office. There is no democracy allowed in this election. We don't even vote for the people who vote for him. He is chosen by non-elected officials. This will also create tension between the military and the government. There's great potential for power struggle here. Look what happened in Egypt. The government fell because the military decided to go against it. I'm not saying that we are a dictatorship that needs to be quelled, but it does raise serious questions about authority. The president can no longer be the executive branch. He can no longer enforce the laws if he has no army to enforce those laws with. It may even lead to warmongering on the part of the commander-in-chief. He needs to push for more wars, to be more aggressive in his actions in order to secure more funding. There is also a lack of impartial advisors for this guy. Like was said in the pro speech, the president has several, 10 advisors, I think it was, right? 10 advisors that are telling him what they think needs to be done. In the military, there's no freedom of speech. So if a guy up top hears something he doesn't want to hear, he could just say, shut up or you're going to be demoted. I don't want that in our military. I want there to be regulation. I want there to be a way to get this guy out of office if he does not do, the right thing. I see the remaining time to questions. Yes?
Considering that the president is elected and the president decides the Joint Chief of Staff who would decide the commander-in-chief, wouldn't we ultimately indirectly elect a Chief of Staff either way, or commander-in-chief?
True, but that is 2 steps removed from multiple steps removed, because first of all, the president is not elected by a popular vote. It's elected through the Electoral College, which we all know can go against popular vote and has done sometimes. I'm done?
No, you have 30 seconds.
Okay. The president then chooses his chief of staff on his own, which may or may not reflect the general whims of the people, and then those chiefs of staff select the commander-in-chief. In my opinion, this is far too removed from any actual direct democracy in order to appropriately select the leader. Yes?
Do you want Jan Cross?
I don't see how this is relevant to this. I think I'm out of
Your
time.
time is up.
Motion to accept.
Is there a second?
No.
Your time has elapsed.
Ben, where do you go?
What?
Ben, where do you go to school?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Palisades!
We're together.
Oh, together?
Yeah.
Get up here.
Oh no.
Excuse me, ladies.
Oh no.
Is this going to be a tag team? 3-minute speech from Anthony McElroy and Sean Flood.
All right, thank you, John, and thank you, previous speakers. You've all made wonderful points. However, I'd like to expatiate on a few of them. First of all, I do believe in freedom, I do believe in liberty, I do believe in justice, and I also do believe in the sanctity of the United States of America and the integrity of our military-industrial complex. First being that the Commander-in-Chief is a highly esteemed position, and of course it would make sense to give it to the most highly listed public office in the United States, which is the President. However, this stems from a very archaic practice going all the way back to the Founding Fathers when they were first founding our nation, in that George Washington was the first president. Of that there is no argument. However, the only reason why they gave the power of Commander-in-Chief to the President and put it in the Constitution was because they knew George Washington would be president. They all kind of decided, even before the election, well, George is going to be our president, right, guys? He was a pretty good, general in the Revolutionary War. President should be able to have that same, if not more so, military strategy as the president. So that's why they gave power to him. It's based on a very archaic practice because they figured, George Washington was a great general. It only makes sense he'd be a great president, and all presidents should follow suit. So it comes from a very, archaic practice that isn't very relevant today. Furthermore, I believe that commander-in-chief, which, is directly in charge of military, they should have some sort of military background. If you look at this previous election in the GOP, the candidates were numerous from far different backgrounds. One of them being Dr. Ron Paul, who was among the only Republican candidate who actually had any sort of military history. He was an Air Force cadet. And yet, when it came to foreign policy, he was also one of the only ones that said we need to stay out of foreign affairs. We need to get out of the Middle East. Whereas every other one, be it Newt Gingrich to Rick Perry, they were all saying, no, we need to keep our troops in there. So it's an interesting dichotomy to observe that someone who had the military background and history did not want any more military intervention. Let me pass off, Sean.
Thanks, Cody. All right, so someone came up here and used the term bureaucrat a lot to describe the person who would, in this scenario, be appointed to be commander-in-chief, which is pretty funny because it would be a veteran, a battle-hardened soldier, pilot, sailor, Marine, something like that. A bureaucrat would be the president, like we have right now. And right now, he's clearly not doing a great job in the military because, as the gentleman this morning stated, he clearly is firing missiles from drones at people, civilians, 16-year-olds, in that matter. We need someone who knows the capacity of the destruction of our military if they're going to be commanding it. We don't need a senator who got the most electoral votes. And like Byung said, if the Joint Chiefs of Staff are elected by the president, who is elected by popular vote, it is, in one way or another, still going to be elected by the people, because it's still a president who's having a say in the matter. So it's not going to be a bureaucrat who doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what we've been doing this whole time. We're going to have a man who knows the ways of war, who knows how to get this done. And out of time. Any motions?
Motion to extend speaker's time by 30 seconds.
Second.
Yes.
Ayes.
Aye.
Nays.
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Communist.
Questions?
You made the outrageous claim that he wouldn't be a bureaucrat. But you're right, he'd be a super bureaucrat. Because a bureaucrat is a group of specifically
Is there a question?
non-elected. Yes, there will be a question. Please wait for your specifically non-elected officials within a government or other institution that implements the rules. Yes, he'd be a super bureaucrat because he'd be a bureaucrat appointed by bureaucrats. What do you think of that?
I think.
Motion to suspend the rules and extend the speaker's time to answer the question.
Second.
Third.
Second. Ayes.
Aye.
Nays.
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Okay.
My chancellor here will take this for me.
Yeah, okay. You have a problem with a bureaucrat being elected by bureaucrats. Even though he's a veteran, he still assumes the role of a bureaucrat because other bureaucrats are electing him. I understand where you're coming from. But let's, change that around. Why does that have to be the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Who here is familiar with the Secretary of Defense? Who here is familiar with how that's chosen? It's in the cabinet, right? The president chooses his own cabinet members. Why can't the Secretary of Defense, who is generally some sort of veteran, who would be perfect for Commander-in-Chief, why not delegate that power to the Secretary of Defense? Therefore, you get no bureaucracy because we don't have a say in who's on the president's, who's in the president's cabinet, anyways. So.
And real quick, just going off of that, like you said, we have the Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense. Those are two people who are basically functioning as supplements to the Commander-in-Chief. And they're appointed in the exact manner that this would be done. In fact, less so, because it's not by a group vote, it's by the decision of one man or woman who just decides, yeah, you're cool, or you help me out, you help me get votes, you can be the Secretary of Defense. That wouldn't be the case. It wouldn't be politicians deciding this. It may be bureaucrats, by your definition you got with your iPhone, but it's not going to be politicians. It's going to be men of valor and honor and integrity, which are definitely not politicians. And we are out of time, so.
I didn't know we were allowed to speak in pairs. That was a magical experience.
We did 3 earlier.
Yeah.
We did 3 people earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is there a subsequent con speaker?
Motion to approve.
Any con speakers? Any pro speakers?
Motion previous question. Oh, we have time. Oh, great.
Motion to caucus.
Motion to previous.
Motion to caucus.
We'll give
Motion to move to conclusion.
Motion to previous question.
Motion to caucus. Motion to caucus.
for 3 minutes.
Okay, motion to caucus.
Motion to a 2-minute caucus.
5 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ayes.
Aye.
Nay. The ayes have it.
How long? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
How long?
2 minutes.
Which one was that up?
Yes.
I didn't say I know. Oh, he said like. I know. I jotted something down.
No, this is a picture of you. Oh. I have an M She's guys were like, I'm like, I was always late and like, yeah. And I'm just, no. And the thing is with Mr. Rodriguez, it was such a work that I was easy to do. It's like, I didn't have to learn it. It's just like, oh, here, do this, and like, read this story, and then go to Christian. It's like, okay, it's done. But with Max, it's like, I just be there for the lesson, and
You guys know what's going on? You guys know? Is it my notes? Okay. Okay, you're.
Time's up.
No, that was. I put it down.
The 2-minute caucus has elapsed. Please take your seats.
You bring her time.
Is there now a con speaker?
Motion to suspend the rules and move to a subsequent pro speaker.
Second.
Ayes?
Aye.
Nays? Ayes have it. Is there a pro speaker?
Alright guys, I'm Young Choi from SoCal High School, and let me go over the requirements for me to be a president. I get to be, I think it was 30 years old, I get to be 35, sorry. I get to be 35 years old and born in the United States. That's more or less everything I need to do to be a president. I need no military service, I need no experience in politics, I need nothing. I just have to be able to walk out there, be 35 and born in the United States. And I can become president, technically speaking. That means with no qualifications whatsoever, I can take the position of the commander-in-chief of the whole United States military, one of the, if not the biggest current military power in the world. So I get to have enough nukes to blow up the world 3 times over just because I was born in the United States. Isn't that wonderful? And better yet, if I really want to become president, all I have to do is walk around and say, hey, can you give me some money so I can advertise? Yeah, I'll vote for you what you want. Okay, sure. I'll veto that bill, sure. Whatever you want. And I get to become one of the most powerful individuals in the world just because I have a little more money than the next person next to me. No military experience required. That is the current problem with the president's seat right now, is that you literally have no requirements despite having a very vital job in the world, not in just the politics of the United States. That's what we're missing. We're missing the big picture. This isn't just the United States. We're talking about the UN. We're talking about international relations. We're talking about the whole world. And you're saying that I get to be in charge of the military with no qualifications whatsoever. That's why I'm in favor of this resolution, because it makes sure that this person has military experience. Before I say, just go in there and shoot them all down, you know? We have someone who's been on the battlefield, who knows how that's going to affect things, how this is going to end up. And that's the problem with our current military system. Why are there so many wars? Why do we have so many casualties? Why are we just sending people out? Why are there so many civilian casualties? It's because the people who are in charge of our military right now have never been in the military. They don't know what the battlefield is like. They're bureaucrats. Or some of the people who have been in the military were in the military 40 years ago. Who haven't been in active service in like 30, 20 years. How are they supposed to know the current conditions of the battlefield? How are they supposed to know how technology, how communications has affected the world? They don't, and that's the problem. Unless we have someone who's been there, who's still actively involved in combat, who knows how this world works and who knows how the battlefield is, to be in charge of our military, we're only going to end up with problems. And with that, I yield my time to questions.
Cowboy hat.
You do acknowledge, though, that the president's elected by the nation, so you can't just walk out the door being 30 and born in the United States and become the president, right?
I was talking about the requirements, not the actual process
but
of
I mean,
becoming
like,
president.
people don't
And here's the
actually
thing, do I really want a fickle public of uneducated individuals to just randomly throw their votes and choose the most powerful individual in the world? Not really.
Blue shirt.
If you were president, would you blow up the world with nukes?
Oh, depends. I mean, are you pissing me off? I get pretty temperamental, you know? What did you say about my tie? Bye-bye Taiwan. You know, like, I got issues. Thank you.
There's pro speaker.
Oh, we can go.
Yeah.
Go Ben.
I'm gone. That was just pro. Hi. I wasn't gonna go up again, but I've heard a few things stated in the previous pro side that made me take a little pause. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Horatio.
Horatio. Horatio stated that because the president doesn't necessarily need to have any military experience, he can just go out and declare war on any single random country he feels like it. That is patently false. The president has no power to declare war on anything because it requires a motion through Congress that I'm sure he is aware of. In other words, adding the commander-in-chief as a separate position from the president will not change the amount of times that the U.S. actually enters warfare. Another thing you mentioned, like a stupid person could become president. All he needs to do is be born in the United States and be 35 years old. What if that happens? What if that happens and we have a separate commander-in-chief who doesn't quite like the way things are going? What happens then? What happens when the commander-in-chief decides, hey, it would be better for this country if I just stepped in and removed this idiot from office? He's screwing things up left and right. So he moves in. He has the military behind him, and he's not popularly elected. So he can just go in and take over. The people have to follow him because he's the one who holds all the guns. I don't want that to happen. I know there have been stupid people as president, and I shudder to think what would happen to the United States of America if for some reason some ambitious general who happened to get elevated decided to take over that he wanted the power. We live in a country where there's a shocking amount of respect for authority. There is, despite all the libertarians, I hate government, people follow what the government says. Even though people may say, I hate the government, people follow what it says. Because they recognize that that's where the authority comes from, and we give them that authority. But if that authority gets overwhelmed by people with guns, suddenly that's no longer there. Suddenly there's competing factions. People who say, I think we should follow this guy because he'll shoot us if we don't. And people say, well, I want to follow this guy because this guy is who our votes chose. And then still others will say, I didn't vote for him, so he can't be my president anymore. I see the remaining time to questions.
Are you aware that the last war declared was in 1944? We've had quite a bit of military engagement since then, which have been initiated by the president.
I am aware of several military engagements that have been initiated by the president, but I'm almost positive that the Iraq War was passed through Congress. Yes. Somebody else?
Motion to extend speaker's time.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ayes?
Aye.
Nays? How long?
A minute.
Sufficient to
answer two questions.
A minute.
A minute.
60 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, wouldn't you agree that the Second Amendment was put in place so that people could protect themselves from an oppressive government, such as some sort of regime change from the inside?
I agree, but the fact is that we don't have militias anymore. We don't have any organized militias. We do have people with guns, but we don't have an organized state militia that can actually pose a sufficient threat to said regime that could occur in my hypothetical situation. The guns that our citizens do have are not nearly powerful enough to defend against such a thing. I personally am in favor of stricter gun control because I believe that the conjunction of the president with the military will prevent such a regime from ever occurring. Yes.
So, okay, real quick, I'm going to try and get this in. Your hypothetical situation with the general overcoming the president, technically that wouldn't be able to work given the rules that every general or admiral has. Regardless if he becomes the commander-in-chief, he's still a general or admiral operating within the government. And if he decides to attack the president or in any way, that's violating his agreement as a military officer to uphold the president.
Motion to suspend the
And
rules
so-
to answer, to finish the question.
And so therefore, he would be kicked out, making the president okay. So how do you feel about that whole thing? You still think that's possible?
I think it's possible. Am I out of time or not? What's the
Yeah, answer the question.
Motion to finish the question. Please respect him.
Thank you. In my scenario, In my scenario, the general believes that it is in the best interests of the country, of his country, to forego those rules, in a time of need. As the commander-in-chief is sworn to defend the country. If he believes that the best way to defend the country is to kick out the president, then it is definitely a possibility.
How much time remains in the debate?
10 minutes.
Motion to previous question.
Ayes?
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
Alright. We'll now hear closing arguments from the con speaker.
Alright. Now, when our humble government began, this debate came up. Who should be commander-in-chief? And then our founding fathers had a novel idea. They said, how about we give it to the president, but we have a system of checks and balances? A system of checks and balances that will guarantee that no single man can run our military. A system of checks and balances that if this president goes on some gun rampage of everyone, it can't happen because Congress won't pass it, the Senate won't pass it, nothing would happen. That's why this is ludicrous. Saying that we're going to elect someone, saying that having an appointed official be more knowledgeable, it's crazy. First of all, people brought up that we're just going to get some dumb president who's going to just go to war with everyone. It's not going to happen because of the checks and balances. So that reason for having this ruled out. The next problem is, I had a big problem with what someone said. They said we can't just let the people choose their military commander. Well, if we can't just let the people choose our military commander, well then we might as well have these Joint Chiefs of Staff appoint everyone in Congress and Senate, because they're the one declaring the wars. I mean, we have to trust the people. Our founding fathers, they trusted the people, and it's now our turn to carry on that torch of trusting the people. Mr. Whatever your name is, please stop shaking your head and respect me.
Damn it, Mr.
Yeah, First Amendment, buddy. You can shake his head if you want to.
Now hear closing arguments from the pro speaker.
No, I've heard a lot of high-flying, fancy words like freedom, justice, America, all these just emotional appeals that aren't really based in logic. but are based in the high-flying emotional realm of emotional appeals. Now, I'm a salt of the earth kind of man. I like to pull a word that that hasn't been spoken of the dirt.
And you're cleaning it up.
Yes, that word is pragmatism. Pragmatism is being practical, being realistic. Our founding fathers were very pragmatic, as you said, but they did not trust the people. Why do we have an electorate college? Why is the president not a popular vote? Both houses of Congress were initially not popular, or no, yes, both houses of Congress were initially not popular votes. No, because the House was elected by us. No, you're right. Anyway. One house of Congress was not elected through popular votes. The founding fathers were realistic because they knew that as much as they wanted to be on the contrary, people are ignorant. By and large, citizens of the United States are ignorant and will not be able to make informed, intelligent decisions on who to elect for president, let alone the commander-in-chief. If you all elected me to lead some kind of military excursion, I would not trust myself as I am not qualified. Barack Obama wasn't as qualified. John Quincy Adams was just as qualified as I am. You know, I like to look into, rather than appeal to people's emotions, I like to look for historical precedents. The Roman Republic. The Romans, much like us, had a republic because, contrary to popular belief, America is not a democracy. We are a democratic republic. The Romans had a republic, and for a very long time, the Romans had a separate person be their general, and then they would have someone take over both branches of the Roman government when in times of war. That would be the dictator. Now, the last person who was elected a dictator was Julius Caesar. There was no more republic after that. The dictators proceeded and eventually became the Roman Empire. Now, I don't want America to become an empire. I believe that though we are flawed, though we are ignorant, that the American people deserve to have their choices and deserve to have their voices heard. So please, I beg all of you, I want you to make the right choice here. That the commander-in-chief should be a separate branch from the president because the president is not equipped with the skill set necessary in order to ensure American prosperity. Thank you.
We will now vote on the resolution. The president is no longer the commander-in-chief, and an admiral or general is elected by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Please rise if you are voting for this resolution. You can sit. Please rise if you are voting con.
I don't know if this is real.
You in the back, are you voting? You may sit. And anyone abstaining? The resolution passes 11 to 10 to 5.
Wait, it fails then.
Yeah, there are more abstentions.
It only works in the case of the
Yeah.
It fails.
It works in the case of the tie. There was 11 to 11.
Yeah.
If it were a tie, it would have failed.
Hey, I think it's moderator's choice, guys.
Oh yeah, he gets to vote. If it's a tie, you get to vote.
Moderator,
If
your
it's
hair
a tie,
looks
you get to
really
vote.
nice.
It's not a tie, it's
Then what do
11,
we-
it's 11 to 10 to 5.
Dennis.
Abstentions count as con.
Yeah, it failed.
Yeah, it fails. It fails.
Abstentions are con.
Yeah, you need a majority, not a quorum.
No, if you need a tie.
Yeah.
You guys, you don't contradict yourself.
Yes, look, there's this magical little packet.
Abstentions count as con.
Yeah, abstentions are con.
Resolution fails. If you spoke, please come up and give your name.
Hey, you a little over?
Alright, we are Sean Flood and Anthony McElroy from San Diego High School.
Yeah, it was. Didn't I see that one?
Oh.
Jack Roman.
Wait, hold on. Abstentions don't count as con. It says it right here.
Please note, for junior state debates, abstentions do not count in determining if the resolution has passed or failed.
Decision overturned. It passes.
Freedom!
Oh, it passed.
It passed.
It passed. Job crispy caramel.
Yeah.
Being live streamed, I don't like that. Excuse me. Where's your packet?
Yes, please. Oh, crap.